And the prodigal artist returns. I sure did. I'll turn that down a little bit. The music is still a little too strong this morning. Thank you, Stone Home Games, for visiting. Oh, sorry, I'm drawing. I keep doing the drawing where I'm not showing. Drawing but not showing. I'm probably going to get this done today, and then I'm going to just move on to prototyping the next creature. Look damn good, brother. And that art ain't bad either. Thank you. Giant robots and God, so cool, brother. Did not even notice the guy on top yesterday. Really brings out the emotion of the beast he's riding too. Wouldn't mess with that guy until I'm level 50 plus at least. Right. Yeah, I wanted to like work my way through the creature slowly and kind of like let the details breathe. But I am probably gonna finish this tonight and start working on the next creature. Joe Wimson, first time seeing, watching your stream, love watching artist work, so I subscribed and like. Thank you. Hero move. The true heroes are the ones that leave likes and subscribes. Let me do a welcome Joe and Giant Robots. Oh, and God, yes. Let me do a dance in solidarity. Dance. Is he gonna dance or is he not gonna dance? Oh, there he goes. Okay. Oh, guys, I beat the second expansion pack of the Quake 2 campaign. And by the way, it gets ridiculously good. The end message, I didn't read all the way through it because it was too large of a block of text, but it was something along the lines, you kill the sort of the space eldritch god machine, and you get stuck in a void forever. So, which is like very in line with like sort of the cosmic horror that I enjoy. Is that like he destroyed the ultimate evil, but then he got lost in the void basically because what you know what I mean? That's just what it is. He went crazy essentially, and that makes me think of the parallel universe theory. I have to talk about this because throughout Quake, there's all these dead Marines, right? Every corner has because the model of the I kind of want to talk about this a little bit. The model of the Space Marine that you encounter throughout the game is allegedly like the Marines that were shut down on the planet Strogg planet to like take out their um, fortifications for more troopers to be able to jump down there. But at the very end of the game of the second campaign expansion pack, not only do they like literally connect Quake 1 to Quake 2, and you are fighting an ancient evil that awakens. Once you kill it, at the end of Quake 2 expansion, uh, the animation that plays out is a crazed marine, like the same animation of all the other Marines that you find that are crazy. It's you're them, right? You're basically exactly like them. Now that could just be like they use the same asset or whatever. Don't overthink it. But if we dig deep down a little bit into our emotions, you could extrapolate the theory of you were all those Marines in a sense, and like all the times you died, you just like it's kind of like what was that movie? These drawings you do take multiple streams. Yeah, I usually like I've been around 4 streams a commission, like kind of like in that area. But let me just go back to the Marine idea. This is just something that came into my mind. Is that remember that movie with Tom Cruise, Live, Die, Repeat, or whatever, with the aliens that come to invade? And it's sort of like you realize that all those other Marines were sort of you. Because at the very end, when you beat them, when you win, you become the crazed Marine that's like sort of mentally broken, stuck in the void. And all the other ones were too, in a sense. Like if you look at it that way, you're basically stuck in an internal doom of trying to fight evil, but you can't win. But yeah, this takes me like something of this render quality, we're probably talking 14. What I did 776, and if I do a 7, so probably like 27 hours, which sounds ridiculous, but sounds like a lot, but it's not really. I don't know, but yeah, it takes me. Recently, I've been like my rendering quality has been going up, but it does take more time. I used to title them like 1 through whatever. Like I would just go up a number. I don't do that anymore. Like it doesn't seem to really like matter. I don't think anyone in that. I just don't think it's worth doing that because I don't think anyone's gonna like go back and watch like 4 7 hour streams. No, it doesn't sound ridiculous. It's a process. I appreciate it. I have a friend that's a streamer as well, but they do start to finish in a couple hours. I draw way slower than that. Yeah, I've seen some people, they're faster. Some people are slower. I would say I'm kind of like in the middle. I'm not extremely fast. I'm not, but you know, things can be sped up. But I do want to like I kind of have a tendency to like lean into the detail, and as I've been getting better at rendering, you know, things can be sped up, but not right now. Not right now. Right now is not the time. I have basically the time to make it as good as I can, and that's sort of what I'm gonna do. And since there's no time, since I'm not working within a time constraint right now, I'm going to sort of behave that way. If there was a strict timeline, I would have to cut the time down and just kind of squeeze out something that you know what I mean. So do we, right? This is like the perfect way to work if you have time, right? Like you want to make it as good as you can within the time frame that you have. Um, you know, if it was a project that's if they were like, yo, we got like 2 weeks, we got to push all this out, it would get pushed out, but it would just you know, the compromises would have to be made. Yeah, like even if I just did like 14-hour days, it would just I just wouldn't be able to do more. You know, even if I did 14-hour days, I would still have to. You can only do so much. You can't rush genius. Thank you for calling me a genius, but I'm far from it. Far from it. Drawing is about the only thing I can do on this level. Everything else is chicken like just what's the word? Chicken guts? I don't know. Whatever the chicken scratch. I'm starting to panic a little bit. The last job I was officially employed at still hasn't sent me the W-2 form, and I really like to submit my stuff as early as possible. So it's making me a little bit uncomfortable if they're not sending me the paperwork. I'm gonna have to call the HR and be like, "Yo, what did I make last year? Send me the files." I want to get this out of the way. I don't like sitting here and like checking my mailbox in hopes that they're gonna send me the letter. Cause I'm basically like ready to go submit my taxes, but I have no idea what I made. No idea. Oh, let me kind of get off this music here. I was almost thinking about not doing music for the stream. Um, I'm not sure if it enhances the experience or not. Sometimes, like, I think it does, but sometimes I'm like, I don't know if the music's really doing anything for me. Um, let me see here. I just would, man, it would be so cool if they like figured out a legal thing where you could just play, like if I could play whatever music I want or videos or whatever, and it just wouldn't be an issue, then it just wouldn't be an issue. But because I have to stick within the, let me do I'll do Starcraft. Because the thing is that like honestly, I love music, right? We all love music. Host. I love music, but when I sit here and I draw 67 hours a day and I listen to the same music over and over and over again, your brain gets fried. You don't want to listen. You know what I mean? You eventually just like don't want to listen to music anymore. Let me turn that down. But whatever. I might just not do music for a little bit just to give my just to be able to kind of not go insane. We'll see. There goes the yeehaw music. I just remember the other day, this music was from a trailer. It's one of the cutscenes in the game where the two Marines are riding on a jeep or whatever. I'm like, how is this? And then they hit a Zergling. You guys remember that from StarCraft 1? I have an idea. Guys, I have an idea. StarCraft 3, but make it 2D. Hear me out. Actually, I don't think it needs to be a 3D game. Make it like a super high fidelity 2D game with like super animated animations. They got the money, Blizzard. They got the money to like make it like they could like do claymation if they wanted to for all their animations. It wouldn't matter with how much money they have. It would be so much more magical if it was like a what's that viewpoint where you're looking down at the world? Poly something, I forget what it's called, but isometric kind of viewpoint. Make it a 2D game, but make it like super high fidelity rendered out with like tons of animations for all the depths and anyway, I think 3D was a mistake. Jesus. I swear I turn on music but it just gets louder. Let me just turn that down just a tad. There we go. Anyway, StarCraft 2, isometric 2D. Embrace the old. I've been watching this YouTube series also. Like this dude, he bought like an old warehouse in his local town. He's like a Polish guy apparently. He bought a local like in America like a local like a factory building that was abandoned and destroyed basically, and he's like slowly restoring it. So I've been kind of like watching that. Um, that's been sort of inspiring. That's one of those things that's brutal, dude. If you've ever fixed an old house or a vehicle or some like took on a multi-year project, guys, it is rough. It is rough. Especially a giant warehouse or a giant factory building. It does seem like an exciting project, but man, I feel like that's one of those things where you can kind of get stuck there like for 20 years just trying to like get it back up and running without, you know, just the amount of things. I would say if you're not pulling like, if you're not rich, essentially, like you don't have 500,000 in the bank, don't even start a vehicle project. Don't do it. If you do it yourself, it's going to take longer and be worse than if an expert did it. But if you enjoy that kind of thing and you have a lot of money to burn through, then do it. Have you ever seen Richard Withers' work? Also, is that StarCraft music in the background? That is, in fact, StarCraft 1 in the background, yeah. Richard Withers. Let me Google that really quick. Oh, nice. I like his the way he draws faces. I like his faces and stuff. Yeah, I like the way he draw. I can see the resemblance. The way he draws his shoulders and wrists is similar. Yeah, I really this is the first time I'm hearing about him, but I like this style. I like his style a lot. The way he has like rendered out, but it's like still like really stylized style. Very nice, very nice. He does a lot of D&D art professionally, and it shows up in the books. But he loves it. But he loves the universe. He does a lot of D&D art professionally, and it shows up in the books. But he loves the universe. Oh, that's what we're doing here is doing D&D art. I had a buddy of mine that for Christmas he had gotten a Dungeon Master's screen with a bunch of art, and looked. It took me a minute to find out who he was, but it was worth finding, much like yours. Oh, thank you, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not at that level. I think he's definitely advanced, but I try. I definitely try. Yeah, I like to switch between the. If I'm not doing commissions, I'll do basically fantasy, and then I'll go to science fiction and fantasy. And so I like to. I like to switch back and forth between my worlds. You know. Well, let's be real, he's quite a bit older and he's got years of experience, but yeah, you're very good. Don't sell yourself short. I got a couple. I'm definitely gonna continue to work at it, and then I got project. It sounds like I got projects lined up, so that's good. I'm definitely glad that I'm out of the just drawing for myself phase, and I'm doing work for to some capacity for other people, and kind of getting out there, and people are interested, and that's the important part, is to kind of start branching out into the world outside of just the spectrum of drawing for yourself. Although I do enjoy just drawing kind of my own weird ideas for myself sometimes. That is quite a bit of fun. I do have a confession to make. I did buy a cigar last night and smoke, and I enjoyed it quite a bit. I was playing Quake 2, and I was smoking a nice cigar. Not inhaling it, maybe a little bit, you know. But I think a cigar once a month or something isn't going to kill you, or whatever. You know, maybe it will, but regardless, it's. I'm not promoting it, but now and again. Guys, I want so much. I want so much. 80-20 rule. As long as you have healthy habits 80% of the time, you should be fine. You know, they taught me that at multiple companies I worked with. They taught about the 80-20 rule. Like, focus on the 20% of your customers that make 80% of the money, and then the other 20% of, or because like you'll have 20% of your customers that eat 80% of your time, and 20% of your customers that give you 80% of your profit, and you should like focus or whatever, you know, that business model. But yeah, I think in general, as long as you keep it to a, keep it, I don't think you should do any of that stuff daily. But if you do smoke a cigar here and there, you're probably fine. Once a month or something. It's kind of take the evening off and play some good Quake, not multiplayer. I'm too old and slow to play multiplayer meaningfully, but killing some bots is always fun. I just love the dark ending where you do end the corruption, the ancient evil corruption, at the end of the expansion pack, and you end up getting stuck in the eternal void. That did please me a little bit. I want so much for there to be like a game that's like kind of like, imagine StarCraft, where there's like combat and human expansion, but mixed with factorial like things where it's not necessarily like all combat related, like a mix of economic and like transportation and logistics with like combat and story. You know what I mean? Like I want that feeling of like when you played StarCraft for the first time and you were just like building your little base, and that cozy feeling. It's like I don't want like a super high octane like combat arena game. I want like a sort of a StarCrafty feeling economy game, if that makes sense. Like basically StarCraft, if StarCraft had a baby with Factorio. I could waste a couple months on that. StarCraft 1 was awesome as fuck when it came out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially like when you play on the space platforms and you see like those like abyss holes where you like see space through the platform. It was so captivating when you were younger. Well, when I was younger and I was playing it, like just seeing like it was so magical and like captivating. I mean it's silly because it's just a 2D sprite, but at the time like you really could imagine the depths when you were playing it as a kid. And I could never beat any of it. Like if you were playing against the AI, dude, like that was way too brutal. Um, I was never like a good. I respected and I got into StarCraft 2 a little bit heavier. I was better at that game, but StarCraft 1 back when I was a kid was just not. It was like rough. But I think the game that taught me most about life was the Total War series. In that, when you take over a region, you want to make sure they are fully converted to your worldview before you continue to expand, because they will rebel. You don't want to move on too quickly. You want to make sure they're a viable economic unit. You know what I mean? When you integrate them into your empire, you don't want to just take over too much territory and then have a bunch of rebellions. Because in like all other games, you just win. You know what I mean? You just destroy the enemy base and it's over. But that game kind of teaches you like economy, you know, relation. Like there's so much more to those games in terms of like you know, how world conquest works. Really beautiful. I'm not saying it's a one-to-one, obviously, but Christians found out in real life. Well, and again, the one I played the most was the Attila Total War, and you could bring a priest. Like you had basically a diplomat. You have generals, diplomats, and priests, right? Like those were your main hero units. And let's say you were like whatever, like if you were playing as the Slavs or Germanics, you have Germanic paganism, Slavic paganism, and I never played as the Romans too much, but everyone has their own like kind of thing. And so if you take over like Slavic lands, let's say, you have to bring your priest over there, and it shows you the ratio of the belief on that piece of land, and your priest has to be there, and you have to build like certain amount of churches and stuff, not necessarily churches, but totems, to slowly convert that population to make it less rebellious. And it takes so many turns to for that to happen. So it's like it's not something that you ever think of, but it's like, but yeah, there's a whole spectrum of you can't just stomp the entire earth. I think I'm starting to approach that refining stage where I just kind of kind of need to just refine things a little bit and clean things up here and there, which like at the end of the Dune movie, when the second one, right, part two, when he's like in love with that girl, the main guy, the young prince, he like falls in love with the girl on the planet, right, with the worms. And then when he sort of takes over he like kills like the main guy. And it's been a while since I watched those movies, but he like takes over he like kind of kills the guy or whatever. He wins the fight, and then he's like he takes the hand of the new. He has to take like there's certain rules, right? Like he has to take the hand of the new queen or whatever. And the other girl is like, she sort of gives him that look, like I thought you loved me look, but he's like, sorry. I got an empire to run. Like, this is what it is. This is the game. Like, I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, I love you, but I got to run an empire. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. This is the rule set for this world. I gotta move on now. And he was like, peace. And then he married the queen of the empire or whatever. Like, it was something along those lines where he wasn't that guy. He's just doing what an empire, what an, you know, he's just running an empire. And that's what it takes. You got to like intermarriage, diplomacy. You can't just like plant your flag and like you take over. You got to marry the queen. You know, the even if after the emperor bows to you, it's not like it's over. You know what I mean? You gotta. There's a game to be played. So I thought that was interesting. She thought he loved her, and he did. And maybe his heart will always be with her, but he's got an empire to run, which means he's got to officially marry the empress or whatever, you know. And that's how it works. What are you guys' favorite factions as far as between Terran, Protoss, and Zerg? I'd have to go with the Terran. Overall, I like playing as the humans the most. They're more relatable, but my second favorite is probably the Zerg, just because of they're so malleable. I enjoy playing with the Protoss. They're too distant. I don't get them. I don't. Never really liked the Protoss too much. I mean, they're all right. Terrans are most favorite, but I enjoy the Protoss. Yeah, I like the Terrans a lot. Even the way they look, just they're pleasant to look at. I'm telling you, if they make the next StarCraft, if StarCraft is remade, I think they should just go super high fidelity, good 2D animations. I don't think it needs to be a 3D game. It's the same thing with like the Crusader, Stronghold Crusader series. Like they went to the 3D engine for their games, and it just looked it never looked as good again. Never looked as strong. In terms of like stylistically, right? It never had that charm. It completely wiped all that away. I think if they remake StarCraft, I'm gonna need to see back to 2D grid. Just make the animations like really tight. Hire a ton of animators. If you guys have seen the Tiberium Sun video game, that Command and Conquer Tiberium Sun had like the best looking. It was like toward I can't remember. I know it was like probably 90s that game was made, and it had like absolutely spectacular like looking 2D visuals. It needs to be like that times two. Actually, if I open up my Steam, I'll tell you guys the game you should check out. The one I'm thinking of that I would like. Where's my wish list? There's a game that is coming up here that it's looking really good, and it's like the way I'm talking about it, where it's like a old school 2D Command and Conquer style game. Well, first of all, Dying Breed, but we'll go back. We'll revisit that. Where's the game I'm talking about? Oh, DORF, Dorf, Real Time Strategic Conflict. I'll pull this up really quick. Check this out. Like this, 2D animated. All you know what I'm saying? Like it's like really high fidelity, but everything's 2D, and it's like those Command and Conquer kind of games. This is about like the next StarCraft needs to look like if they're gonna get my interest back in that game. Look at how beautiful that is. I'm gonna pause it before I get in trouble, but you guys get the idea. That's the game. That's the game I'm looking for. That's like what I want the next kind of big title to look like. That game is called Dwarf or whatever. DORF. That sunlight looks so cool right there. If only I could apply sunlight to the picture somehow, like that look. I gotta kind of like work on this leg a little bit. I think I'm pretty sure I'm getting to the point where this is pretty much done. And then I'll just start working on the next piece today, and then I'll just upload this later today after this stream. Oh, Japoshi, you added the light beam, or is it from your window? Also, hey, I sneaked a meme with haha. Oh, on Instagram? No, the light is coming from the window, but it would be really cool if I could just have like that effect somehow. I guess you can like if I had an actual lamp. If I had an actual lamp, that would be so dope. If I could just like add light, you know what I mean? Oh no, from your artworks above your camera, your slideshows, I mean. You added light beams, or is it from your window? There was a meme. Oh, in the slideshows? I'm confused now. Did you add that intentionally? Wait, where? On which ones? I'm gonna screenshot. Yeah, screenshot it to me so I like know what we're talking about. It's finally it's +3 Celsius outside, so it's the temperature is actually nice. It's not forcing my air to turn on. It's nice to be able to sit in your house and know that it's not costing you money to sit inside of it. That's the best kind of house enjoyment. I'm dying at 15 Celsius. We're at +3 right now. That's cold. It is cold, but if you're inside your house, it's just like a chilly house. It's not too bad. I just don't want the furnace to turn on because that costs money. I'm gonna try and keep my air conditioner off for as long as I can, too. So if you guys come on stream and I'm like really naked or like pretty close to naked, that's why. I'm trying to keep it cool. Here it is again. Yeah, let me see the Insta. Let's see here. I was screenshotting a meme, then I saved it as a, what do you call it? Uh, as a capture, and I didn't rename it, so it replaced like a file that was in there. Capture. That just got in there into my Good thing it wasn't a nude pic, damn. No, it was a fairly innocent, you know. I just thought it was a funny meme someone shared. I just screenshotted it because you can't take memes from Instagram and post it on your Facebook, so I screenshotted it. I don't get like too crazy with like meme sharing. Sketch. But yeah, it would if it was a bad meme, that would have been. Sounds like music migrated to Skyrim. No, yeah, I selected Skyrim because the other one just kind of ran out. But yeah, if that was a bad meme, that would have been hilarious. Let's see. I don't capture. I'm just making sure there's nothing titled capture because it like defaulted to saving it under capture and then it replaced. I was like taking memes out of Instagram and sharing them on Facebook. That's how that happened. No big deal. Good thing it was. Yeah, like good thing it wasn't like a really bad meme or anything. Not that it would have been, but that's how that happened. I will steal other people's memes off of Instagram. I will screenshot because there's no way to like comfortably share from Instagram to Facebook. So like if it's in their like stories or something and you steal it, like it's just like there's no way to do it other than screenshotting it. I guess now we learned our lesson. Don't save under the regular capture name that it wants to default to. Real XD, yeah. Oh, sorry. Scary. I keep going over to places where I am not showing. How's your day today, Jipochi? What are you up to over there? You said you had a long drive the other day. Long drive, not so much. It was probably when I was still in the Philippines. But my usual routine is driving people to their work. Ah, gotcha. Picking them up. Gotcha. Evening lurk. Picking them up. Evening lurk. Gotcha. Alright. I think I'm done up there. Just gonna kind of render out this foot a little bit more. I will return tomorrow. Oh, Arton Alexis, welcome, man. Welcome to the stream. I was pondering about our conversation. I probably need to start learning to, because I played around. I played around with the Go Dot before, because I noticed that's what. Oh, sorry. I thought that was Jipochi saying evening lurk. Sorry, I because your guys is I'm colorblind and retard. Sorry, well, oops, I shouldn't have said that. But anyway, I see now that it's a different name. I was seeing you work on Godot, which is an engine that was like so mega tired. No worries, no worries. Not sure if you remember, but today it was daily daycare, and tomorrow is daily daycare number 2 of the week. So mega tired. Uh, Gotcha. I'm not a father, so I don't have daily daycare. I just exist like a inside my house. It's great. But I was noticing you were working on Godot, which I played around with a little bit before. I probably need to like start learning to, if we do like end up sort of working on a project. Good daddy, yeah. If we end up working on the project, I need to like learn how to do the rigging thing. Like look up tutorials, like how to like actually get things off the paper scanned and into a rigged model that can be used in a game or something. I love it, but but end up so tired because I'm a night owl, really. Yeah, if you're a night owl, see, I kind of turn myself. The 10 years of factory has like, it feels like doing something wrong when I don't get up like 5 in the morning and then go to bed at like 9 or 2:11 or whatever. Like when I go off rhythm and I just kind of wake up whenever I want like that, it makes me feel like I'm sort of not living correctly just because I've done 10 years of like strict wake up at the same time go to work kind of thing. So it like broke my spirit. Now I live like a normal person, even though I could draw any time really. But I think I'd be able to help you out with that stuff too. I've used so many different mediums of creation, not necessarily scanning, but just workflow wise. I figured it would just be obviously I could draw things in like any kind of program. I'm terrible with routine. That's the only routine I have: Monday, Tuesday, daycare. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah. Obviously, I could draw in like a program and make something decent. I just thought it'd be interesting to take things I draw on paper and directly import it into on into a program and just see like what that looks like if we went in that direction. Um, you know, but yeah, it doesn't have to be scanned or whatever. But I just think it would be an interesting look if the entire game looked like it was a hand drawn thing. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I can imagine you'd be pretty versatile. Yeah, but I only played around with Godot just a little bit. But scan could also be interesting. Yeah, scan and then like erase the edges in whatever program to make the outside invisible. I only have like one program that does that. I'm not like really sure like what program I should get for doing that before I import it into Godot, because I did sprites in that pixel art program that I bought on Steam. That's the only one I know of that like does that function where you can like, erase the sort of invisible contours or whatever, and then rig it onto a model and basically do the animations maybe. Yeah, Sprite is the one I use. I'm sure there's like Adobe or like whatever else. Like I would rather not pay money for a program to do that, but because I did play with Godot a little bit, so I'm vaguely familiar with it. Um, but I wouldn't mind doing because I would have to understand. I have Esprit. Yeah, like I would have to understand the reason I want to go photopia.com. Is that a program right there? Uh, Wiki Detour. Are those programs for just doing just that? Fully local, cost effective, enjoy premium features without spending a dime. Free online photo editor. Okay, okay. I'll keep that. Let me copy these links to a notebook. Um, Photopea is a Photoshop browser and is an editor. Either browser or download it. like a free Adobe Animate. Okay, let me copy these links. I'll have to play around with them. I want to do it obviously in the cheapest way. I want to do everything in the cheapest way possible. But the reason I'm just all I'm saying is like I'd like to basically put everything like I'd like to learn the process of not just drawing and handing over the artwork, but like go like a step deeper in terms of like putting those things onto the model. Well, I mean, I don't know how dig you'd want how like how deep you'd want me to be digging into the because obviously I don't. When we start working on something, I don't want to be touching stuff that you've interacted with and like messing stuff up. But like like let's say this head, I cut it out in the program, I make this disappear, and we like make a creature out of a bunch of pieces that come together into a full rig thing. That's how I sort of envision right now doing it. I'd say as much as you feel comfortable with. Yeah, like I'd like obviously I'd start off with just drawing, and then I was probably like slowly sort of dig in further. So because if I understand how to rig a model, then I would understand how to draw pieces of the model better in order to sort of provide the right pieces, if that makes sense. So like his jaw would be drawn separate. Like if I was drawing a creature for whatever kind of let's say his jaw moves and his eyes move, those things would be drawn separately, separated out, put together in the program for the what I'm saying. Like if I understand how the program works, I'd be able to provide the better artwork for so that it's assembled in a correct way to be worked with. So obviously, like if we start working in that direction, that's sort of like some of my rigs have variables I've created so I can edit offset for an item when I create it, sort of thing. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like I wouldn't want to like I'd want to be careful not to make things that would mess up your work. You know what I mean? So it's also about us making a process that works. Yeah. I'd have to understand so that if I changed a rigged model, that it doesn't like mess up like the code or whatever, or however all that stuff is sort of integrated together. Because like I was watching you work last night, and you can have like a tiny little bit of code have a slightly wrong context, and all of a sudden the whole not that the whole thing didn't work, but as we saw, something slightly off in the program can like mess up the entire thing. So we have to figure out a way I can submit work in a way that works for you. But once we make one, I can definitely walk you through it. Yeah. Oh, Horizon Black, thank you for the lurk. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I don't think it's going to be an issue. There's definitely going to be a learning curve for me because dude, like I can't tell you how excited I am to work for towards a video game of some sort. Oh, that's going to be awesome. But yeah. And I totally understand, like, with the time frames you were talking about, like, making the game, we're probably not going to make, like, like a super hyper complicated game. It's going to be more of a, start off with small projects and kind of grow from there. GitHub leaves notes on what has changed and stuff. Gotcha. Yeah. We'll I think we can make, we might, I mean, we might just, I can still hear you. We might just be able to, we might be able to make, like, magic in the bottle. Like I'm not getting like I don't want to get my hopes too high up, but I think like with my artwork and your ability to program, we might be able to make like magic in a bottle. That's not outside the realm of possibility. Because like the reason I say that is I've not to toot my horn or whatever, but like I've seen things on Steam, and I've seen the artwork on Steam, and I think if I put a lot of effort, like if I go all out, we can make a really unique looking thing, and that really stands out relative to like other stuff on Steam. It's gonna look really different, and I think it's not outside the realm of possibility to make something that at least like visually stands out. Like most of the stuff on Steam that I've seen that's like 2D, I could be wrong, but I'm fairly convinced I can like me and you working together, we can make something that looks better. I'm fairly convinced of that. Jipochi, I'll be taking a shower. Nice. I'm not sure how I'm gonna stream doing artwork for a video game. Like once we get to that point, because I have to push out these commissions at a reasonable rate, obviously. But we'll figure it out. I can just make the streams a little shorter and do it on my sort of non-stream time or whatever, or how But things are gonna get done at the same rate. But I'll just have to basically draw depending on timelines that people have. I'll have to sort of just adjust things here and there, or maybe work a little bit more or whatever to kind of get things done at a reasonable rate for everyone. But like I said, I don't have an official job, so it's possible for me to just go all out and just kind of get the shape of the game and then can flesh it out later, right? Like I said, when I went to paint my miniature models, I just couldn't see how I wouldn't be amazing at it. And there was a learning curve, and it was more difficult than I initially thought. But I still got those like Ruthven and Gretchen, the creatures, looking pretty good after I just grinded like learning how to paint miniature models. So I just know I can make it look good. Like I just believe it, even if readjustments and things of that nature have to happen. Okay, I think I'm sort of reaching the end of this lizard. I'm not gonna end the stream now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it off to the side, grab some tone paper, and start sketching the next creature. This is ready. This is ready to get scanned. I might do a little bit more touch-ups, but right now I feel like we're I know I said I was done, but then as soon as I start to, just for example, if it was in an RTS game, 1 infantry, 1 tank, mega ship, 1 structure, at fast UI. Right. Yeah. I wonder what would be cheaper for like if we were to say like making an RTS game. See that like there's a lot of nuances with video games that I don't know in terms of like because I imagine if we did like let's say an infantry guy right that you spawn every time like you make an infantry out of your barracks or whatever having a multi-sprite character that is rigged would be a lot more expensive on the computer than having like a very simple sprite that changes between like simple animations. So if we were to have like multi-hundred unit armies, you know what I mean? Like I feel like that's the thing is like what would be the most optimal way of I feel like it would be just changing sprites would be cheaper for the computer in terms of saving processing power than doing rigged sort of models because once you have like 50 of those things on the screen they're taking up you know what I mean like taking up quite a bit of bandwidth from the RAM or whatever to do it that way like even games like Rusted Warfare, it's really well optimized, but I think it's their engine that sucks. Is like once you get to so many thousands of units, the game starts to like really have an issue running. Um, so yeah, just something to think. I guess we could just limit the amount. Like if you don't have to be like huge armies or whatever. Let me get some tone paper here really quick so I can start. I need to look up the next character and start kind of ballpoint pen sketching things out. I'm gonna just tape this over here for now. By the way, the cardboard is not on the table; it's under the glass table. I'm not drawing on top. I'm not drawing on top of the cardboard. Just so you guys, just for the people wondering, I'm not totally insane here. I just had that because just think there's like wires under the table and just stuff that that would be unesthetic to look at. So I put a piece of cardboard there. But yeah, there's a lot of things for me to like learn in terms of like how to do things optimize like in a way that's optimized. I imagine like the smaller the sprite or whatever, it'd be like more efficient if you were gonna have a multi-hundred army sort of thing going on. Some RTS games don't have that many units. Oh, but I want. No, I know, but I would want a lot of units. We would just have tiny little troops. Yeah, but you're right. So some don't. You really don't need planetary annihilation style. You know what I mean? You don't need like a multi-thousand. Okay, I gotta go to my email here and look at my list. Let's see if it loads right. If it even loads. It should load. There we go. Monster of Erismore. The horror was created when Nethul Ixtrich, god of blight, disease, plague, reincarnated his brother Nibble, god of emotion, hatred, insanity. Afterward, Nibble's discarded corpse attacked. To save himself, Nethul unleashed all power, blighting the creature to such a degree that. Well, this is the lore. I need the description. Uh, mm, um, Monster of Erismore. Okay. It just takes me to the kind of maybe there is. Let's see. Featured horror seventh of Bloodstained, Amarantha Call. Let me click on the next creature. I'll just have Reclaim Behemoth. I'll just come back to that one because I'm just right now I'm just seeing the lore. Right. There's Reclaim Behemoth description. A monstrous fusion of machinery and ancient dragon souls. A monstrous fusion of machinery and ancient dragon souls. Reclaimed behemoths are towering constructs that move on massive mechanical legs. Their draconic heads function as battering rams, while their bodies house an array of devastating cannons designed to resemble dragons. These behemoths serve as war machines and mobile fortresses. Okay, let me think about that really quick. I need to just to kind of jot down kind of a battering ram, just a really simplified version of what we're talking about here. Obviously, it's a semi-mechanical construction with. There could be a battering ram sort of between its giant legs, kind of. Okay. Something I got the basic idea down. I'm gonna jot down a few different versions of it. I just wanted to quickly. Monstrous fusion of machinery and Asian dragon souls reclaim behemoths are towering constructs that move on massive mechanical legs. Their draconic heads function as battering rams, while their bodies house an array of devastating cannons designed to resemble dragons. These behemoths serve as both war machines and mobile fortresses. Nice. Okay. I need to flesh. I'm gonna draw a couple things. Let me go back to my life. All right, guys. I'll be right back in just 1 second. Sorry. I'll be back in just. I do get some of my beef jerky too. I have to get some beef jerky. I feel better now. No, no, Ruse. This is really expensive. And it's spicy. You can't have spicy food. No. I'm sorry. No. I'll give you a little piece. I'll give you a little piece. There we go. Alright. The beef jerky is a little spicy, so I gotta water it down. Oh god, that's good. Oh, that's good. And if we made it like a simple RTS game, it doesn't have to be like a sort of a super complicated one. You know, like I'm sure. Man, just talking about it is getting me excited. It's just ridiculous. Because I know it's easy to like let your imagination get away from you and be like, we should put this in the game, and just like, and then it ends up being like a sort of like a way bigger project than like what you know what I mean. Like it's just easy to like you have to like contain yourself somewhat in these matters. Is like control your like imagination and just stick to like a simple plan. But yeah, it's like. Uh, I was thinking, you know those I'll combat that. It's okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, don't let me. I was thinking this just and I wasn't thinking this. This is just an idea I had. You know those games where you have like, I'll draw it here. I'll draw it here. You know those games where I'm sure you've seen these kind of games. Let me get a pencil. You have like a circle, right? Each like a bigger circle like produces like when you own it, it produces a certain amount of like it like the number slowly goes up. Like let's say you have 10 units that you can spawn from here, and you're basically like there's 3 here and 3 here, and then 2 in the middle, right? And then the enemy team spawns here with 10, and then you move like these 9 because you have to have 1 to own the planet or whatever here, and then 9. Now this small unit slowly produces more troops, and you guys are like moving troops around and battling like you're just you've seen those like sort of, yeah, I know what you mean. Dawn of War 2 was like that. Well, but Dawn of War 2 was like a more complicated version, right? Like this is like literally a game where you just own like these little circles, and you have like little true, like they're literally simplified troops that like you click from this planet and you drag your mouse. I've seen like flash games like that even, and the troops move over here. And once you own this planet, now this just ambiently produces more, and you're sort of throwing forces against each other until like one of you wipes the entire map. So I'm saying is like we could have just a slightly more complicated version of this. And again, this is okay, like a heroes hour sort of without the total war battles. But the battles will be in terms of like let's say they own like this planet and they have like let's say 20 here, right? That they've thrown from this planet and this planet, and you're here. So like if you have 10 and you obviously have to keep one here to own the planet 9. So when it hits this planet, they'll end up with what like 11, right? Now they have 11 and then they reinforce. So it's like this really simple kind of like strategy game where you're throwing troops around against each other. And the more you own, the faster you produce troops globally. But I'm saying like we could do like just like a slight variation of this. Um, I don't know. Just something to think about. Like just like expand on that idea a little bit because I've seen a lot of those kind of games and they get kind of boring pretty quick. They're sort of like a one and done. You don't really spend a lot of time. But just like I'm just saying, so we don't get like stuck in like a super hyper complicated RTS game that takes like 15 years to make. Like just do that and then just expand on that just a little bit, kind of thing. Heroes Hour, I've played quite a bit of. Maybe I just never heard of Heroes Hour. Let me Google that really quick before I. So this version would of course have strategy involved, right? Well, it does have strategy because it's a simplified strategy in that. I mean, Heroes Hour seems like that would be a Heroes Hour. I've played that the Heroes of Might and Magic kind of type of game, right? I feel like just looking at that game, I feel like that would be like that's a lot. Just I mean, it seems like that's a lot of time to make that game. You know what I mean? I could be wrong, but like just looking at it because I played it, and it's like I'm like this is it's seems like a bigger game than what I'm talking about. Like it would be to make a game of that scale seems like it would be I could be wrong, but it seems like it would be even bigger than like sort of what I'm talking about. Perhaps there's a lot of units. Yeah, like that game has a lot of like stuff in it, right? That's the issue is like yeah, Silver Comment, hello also to you. Yeah, we're just talking about the possibility of making various games. Uh, by the way, I'm just making a quick sort of conceptual design for a walking fortress with a battering ram. I just kind of wanted like big horns on it or something like that. I'm already drawing it. I really don't. Perhaps there's a yeah, has anyone thought of any creatures, any creature games? Then, what do you mean by creature? We're just yeah, we're not we're. I'm just sort of throwing sort of ideas against the wall. I honestly I'm down to make whatever like even a side scroller like a Contra style game where you're like running through the level just shooting at enemies kind of thing would be interesting too. I don't have any like super super like hard convictions on like because the project is going to be not a multi-year project. I don't really feel like it like super matters. Just getting involved and getting something made would be awesome. Definitely don't want to make a platformer. Oh, you don't? Other than that, I'm pretty open. Okay. What I have in my mind now is basically a monster tamer capturing or raising monsters to battle their nations. But that's like top down is okay. Top down would be dope. Top down would be dope because you can kind of expand. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Top down, top down. I mean, like if we make a top down game, I'm even already like imagining like making let's say the game is like in terms of the top down game, like imagine like D1 where you like Diablo 1 where you go further and further into the dungeons, right, with each level. And like but in this instance you would be like sort of a exterminator, and you're sort of given like a government contract to go into like an old military facility. That's what you think it is initially. And first like level is you're literally cleaning up like roach puddles, and it's like right super like you're disinfecting. The further you go down, the scarier the growth gets, and the worse the monsters become. So it becomes like you're literally just cleaning stuff up for like first floor. Once the first floor is clean, like you're like allowed to go down into the further chambers, right? And it just gets worse and worse because the government experiment got out of control. You're just there to disinfect and destroy, kind of thing. I just feel like side platformers are super saturated. I think you're right. Yeah, I think that would be a mistake. I don't. I think you're. Yeah. Um. I wouldn't mind making something like that, but I don't think you're wrong. I think a side scroller like when I see it on Steam, it immediately tires the eye because it's like I've seen 1,000 of these. Right now I'm working on a sketch involving Bloodworm monster. Nice, man. I feel like this thing would make like those noises from War of the Worlds or whatever. Like you know how like giant machines that walk for like monolithic machines, they tend to make like that noise or whatever. I kind of I'm kind of imagining some smoke pillars, kind of because there would be some sort of burn chambers to power it of coal or whatever. I'm just throwing ideas out there. I kind of want it to look twisted and a little bit in disarray, like it's been assembled out of various things. Like a small city would need furnaces and things of that nature to keep the people in there kind of warm. Also, what matters, of course, is this. How are you doing today? Oh, I'm doing really good. Actually, I kind of want to lower the battering rim a little bit. Let me get my eraser. I really should. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't be doing a concept sketch like this large. Usually, I do like very small ones, and so I can go through like 4 or 5 in an hour, kind of quicker. But I have a bad habit of like doing concept art and starting out way too large, which forces me to like spend too much time on it. Which you want to do is kind of move on from concept to concept kind of quickly in it when you're still in the design sort of phase. I don't know why I want it to look like this, but mm, This is like if you guys have seen those beach machines, I think somewhere in Europe, some guy on a beach. I forget what they're called. They're like called beach monsters or something along those lines, and maybe like beach beasts. I forget what the name is, but basically he like makes these like very elaborate looking machines that kind of just are powered by wind, and they sort of look like they're alive when they're walking. This is like a more vulgar and brutal version of that, where it's not peaceful at all. Can't be a tripod because if there's a swinging battering ram, it's going to be hard to balance that out. I think I'm going to put like fire in its mouth kind of thing, maybe like some sparks coming out of here later. We can have like an opening here for the cannons and things of that nature. I want sort of a bigger underneath here to like house all this stuff too. I almost feel like I should make like horns that can come in and out, so to act as a if to act as a counterweight because it is gonna stand on like tall, skinny legs, or at least that's how I'm imagining it. It's gonna need sort of a gyroscope effect, counterweight at the top to compensate for the for the really hit, for the hits. So these horns here could like extend out and just have a have something coming in here to where like when it swings one way, this thing kind of comes in and out to compensate for the weight shift. I don't know. I don't think it's super important to like work out all the mechanics because it is fantasy, but I'm trying to maybe like make it look like a trebuchet back here. You know what I mean? Like some sort of structure off of here that's like more like if it's a fortress kind of thing, have a almost like some kind of a pulley system here that's like intended to bring stuff up for the. I'm thinking about having just kind of cannons out of every port. I kind of want to extend its body too a little bit, get rid of these horns here maybe a little bit. Just so, because I kind of wanted to, now that I'm thinking about it, have like a dual floor cannon type of concept like, you know, wooden ships had back in the day, so you could have volley of fire. Again, this is just sort of a concept here. I'm not super committed, but I'm trying to avoid making it look alien. I'm gonna sort of have to kind of backtrack and like make the shapes look not too futuristic, adding like wooden elements and things of that nature to it. I sort of definitely want to have like these sides where there's like volley of cannons, so I want to keep that aspect. I like these big horns to kind of make it visually stunning from far away. You can kind of immediately knows who's coming. We're doing a new sketch. Grunk is down. Yeah, the Grunk is down basically. I like the idea of having two more of these like kind of big horns kind of here. At the front of its sort of mouth. Yeah, the top down one. Oh, here's a awesome. I'm eating sushi. Diet mission failed. No, I totally understand. I had this really cool idea for a top down game. So imagine like aliens come to Earth, right? But it's like a squishy, buggy alien, right? And it sort of is a nesting alien that like this would be a top-down sort of strategy game, kind of. Your job on each map is to wipe out all the humans without, like, if you get detected too early, they can just stomp you out like roaches or rats or whatever. But you have to just basically hunt like dogs and humans that aren't paying attention until you get enough biomass or whatever material to breed more of these like aliens or like, you know, monsters basically, until you become powerful enough to kind of like just steamroll through the map. I thought that would be like a really awesome game. Is like, you know, every mission is like you start out super weak. It's basically an RTS. You have to find like finite amount of resources from cats and dogs to build up the biomass to build a nest that's sort of hidden somewhere that's not going to be found until you go and sort of explore and with a bigger force. You know, the bigger the force you have, the bigger the force you have, the more creatures you have to go kill bigger targets or like more massive people. But like I said, if you get too bold too early, they just call like whatever the police or National Guard or whatever, and they wipe you out. So your mission is to just basically slowly grow carefully in basements it doesn't have to be as complicated. Obviously, we'd have to. This couldn't be like overly scaled, right? It'd have to be like a again within the context of a small 3 month game. But like I think that would be like a really fun idea. Is that basic idea, that basic premise is like you're an alien. You need to be very careful. If you get too bold, you're gonna get wiped out because they're gonna call right. And this would be in the 1950s to like maybe 1980s kind of time wise, where you don't have cell phones because then it would just people would just immediately call. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't work. You'd have to have it in the time before cell phones kind of thing. So maybe like 1950s America or like wherever, it doesn't matter. But uh, and then yeah, you just basically have like one like the map selector in your mission one. Like you start out in the United States and you do like the United States. You kind of like just basically globally exterminate the world with these like bug alien creatures. And each obviously you get to maybe have bonuses like you get to pick a bio upgrade every time you beat a mission. You have a new like evolutionary path for expansion, so to help you on your further more difficult missions. I think that would be like a really, really, really fun game. You know what I mean? That would be a fun topic. I know like making a game that's like that complicated. It's like yikes, but that would be fun. You know. Does sound quite fun. Yeah, that would be that's been a like I said, either yeah, that would be a fun I think a fun concept. Like the lore could be something along the lines of is like kind of with like the alien in terms of like it was a weapon that was designed to destroy humanity if we ever got out of hand. Sort of a self cancellation mechanic where let's say the the aliens that created humanity basically decided one day that like we're getting out of hand, right? And then that's the bio weapon they send down to wipe us out. So you're just doing like sort of a failed experiment containment, basically. And then you're just doing that's what you're doing. You know what I mean? Goes the giant machine from far away. I thought a chain would look cool there, but it's, I don't know. I gotta like work that in a little bit better. I don't want to get the space confused just yet. I might add a chain between the horns later, but right now I just want to kind of keep things clean for the sake of. All right, so this is sort of the concept: is having a battering ram underneath its legs, having some sort of a structure here for picking up weight, like it's, you know, you're gonna need some sort of a mechanism for that for sure. Some sort of a pulley system for getting supplies up there. I kind of want to do that. It'd be nice if I knew anything about how pulleys worked, but right now I'm just going to jot that down. I almost want like up here, I almost want like this kind of almost like a ship front, like something here where people can kind of stand and like an observation post or something like that up there. I feel like that's the correct. overall, there's some things I want to change, but overall, I don't hate this concept. I like the giant horns. Maybe I need to put like more dragony kind of aesthetics on it. Just want to draw a little person on there just to kind of give an idea of what kind of the size we're dealing with. Basically, a small city, a small city type of deal. There'd be probably chain. Well, probably should have put the metal thing here and here somewhere. Oh, that's fine. We'll just for the sake of the argument, I'm just gonna put one here also because you're gonna need two for the thing to kind of be balanced. And two chains. I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna move it just a little bit. I think I like that a lot better than what I had before. The cannon's gonna slope down because they're primarily gonna be firing at the ground, obviously, with it being so large. Okay. I like the look of this armored kind of war machine with the battling ram kind of concept. This is starting to approach something that I enjoy looking at. I want the legs to be a little bit crazier. In terms of mechanical complexity. Oh, Renato Souza, welcome to the stream, man. Sorry, I missed your message. I was so eagerly drawing war machines, like drooling at myself, that I wasn't looking at chat for quite a little bit. Sorry about that. How's your day, Renato? He's locked in chat. Oh yeah, like so, especially when I'm doing the design, I have to be like it's hard for me to look back up because I have to get sort of a certain amount of locked in to like process the information. You know what I mean? I'm done eating, but I don't feel full. Me too, buddy. Same issue here. Sometimes I eat and then I have to eat one more time. Same thing with sleep. Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, you know what? I need another sleep. Like I'm not done sleeping yet. I need to go back to sleep for another, like a second handful of sleep. Um, But when I wake up, watch out, because I'm gonna sit right here and draw. Man, it's +5 out there, guys. My furnace is not even turning on. Real. I do enjoy eating. I do enjoy eating. Says the War Machine. I'm so excited to post a new picture, the lizard picture, on Instagram. By the time I get to like my 5th day of not posting, I'm like, bro, I'm gonna need to post something soon. It doesn't feel right, you know what I mean, when like almost a week goes by. Furnace and fire. Grunk, yeah. I would like to live in a giant war machine, like a giant factory that's like exuding smoke pillars, and you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that would not be a terrible life. I almost want to give it teeth right here, but I feel like it's gonna make it look less dragony and industrial, and it's gonna make it like look more like an insect. So I'm gonna avoid teeth right here. That's not gonna. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna avoid that. Let me let me shoot out a little texty text. Go to my email. Back to the war. I feel like this material, this frontal lobe part should be metal, right? That would make sense if it's approaching structures that are going to be firing at it. The frontal part should be metal, and then the rest of the carcass, I'm thinking like wood. Does that make sense? I see the sketching of a new creature has begun. Yeah, I moved on. I just moved on to the next one that I could find the description for. the monolithic dragon castle kind of thing. I finished Grunk, so I figured I might as well just at least start prototyping the next creature. Oh, if Alexa, if you're still listening, I got an idea for a video game, but it's probably in the much. It's sort of it would be a way too complicated project, right? Realm. It's sort of it would be in the realm of like I'm listening, just coding. Okay, so here's an idea for a game, right? You start off on an island. So imagine the world is sort of comprised of very sort of floating islands, right? Each island has certain resources on it that helps you that you can harvest resources off of, but you have to get to them. The way you get to them is by building a machine, like a flying craft. This would be a sort of a unfortunately it would be sort of a from the point of view of a side scroller, right? Like some some of those like those games where you like mine, like not like Minecraft, but those Minecraft like games where you're like destroying blocks of resources, but you're building a ship essentially. And I know there would be like physics involved, so this would be like because propulsion and like the craft being in the air, it would be sort of a complicated thing. But so you build a very little craft. You get to the next island, you're building a bigger craft because of the things you find, more resources, right? A more elaborate craft with more utilities and more people. So like you're essentially slowly building a more advanced flying colony, going from landmass to landmass, and you slowly not just go from side to side, but up in elevation where it gets colder. So you have to insulate the ship with certain materials so like the cold doesn't get in there as much. You build better materials that can withhold lighter atmosphere, like so you go from like basically you go from a crude hot air balloon for one person to basically rocketry, right? To go into like basically lower orbit space, and like that's what you're doing. You're slowly going in elevation from sort of landmass to these sort of floating land masses, picking up new colonists and sort of creating rooms for them inside the ship, like slowly building up this like huge um, sort of ship basically. But yeah, I thought that would be like a super dope game, but I sort of understand like there's no way to execute that without like without it being like a huge project. Like there's no way to like make like I can just imagine that being a nightmare in terms of like I just don't see how that would be simple. But yeah, like that I just thought that would be a really cool game. You know what I mean? That's just an idea that I had floating around that would be like super dope to do. Is you literally physically build the ship for your colony. Um, you have obviously there's routine jobs within it that have to be done, and actually this concept made me think of that, like remember that concept. If the code does well, it can help the second with funding and stuff too. If the first does well, it can help with second with funding and stuff too. Right. Yeah, we don't have to go completely off the hilt with the complexity, right? Like let's just make something that is viable that we can sell and then just kind of, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's just sort of that would be like the dream project of like making a sort of a colony like imagine colony management, but basically it's a high risk colony management where if you misuse your resources and you're caught like you literally crashed a ship because you ran out of fuel mid-flight, that's it. Like it just falls apart. Like you crash land and your colony, like your ship gets completely obliterated. So you're like you can't. It's sort of like it does become more advanced, but as you advance, your bigger ship is sort of there's more managerial like resource management things to do, and make sure that things are not, getting out of hand kind of thing. I just think that would be like colony management with like high risk stakes. Come on. Who doesn't want to be playing that? I love colony management. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. It's just the thought of that, just saying it out loud, it already gets me like all kinds of excited. My favorite colony management game of all time, and I didn't. I'll be honest, I didn't really like the art direction, but the game itself was like fantastic. Is Oxygen Not Included? 10 out of 10. Like gameplay, like as far as like the game itself, 10 out of 10. I just didn't. I wasn't like super digging like the sort of the art style, but that's just personal taste. It wasn't bad or anything. Just wasn't my cup of tea. You have no idea how jealous I am, though, of the fact that like the coding ability. Like, not gonna lie, I'm a little jelly of it because just it's just outside the realm of what I can do. But think the only thing I would maybe change is like, I really like this kind of wooden concept here. Just maybe add like more mass or something for like the final. Like there's just more of this kind of stuff going on back here. Just to kind of give it a little bit more junk in the trunk, if you will. Oh. Anyway, on the whole, I like it. On the whole, the horns and everything, monolithic war machine with cannons. I think it did say something about the cannons being dragon. Reclaimed behemoth description. A monstrous fusion of machinery and ancient dragon souls. Reclaimed behemoths are towering constructs that move on massive mechanical legs. Their draconic heads function as battering rams, while their bodies house an array of devastating cannons designed to resemble dragons. These behemoths serve as both war machines and mobile fortresses. I can probably put some more dragon elements on the cannons. I'm gonna have to put the other picture away in a safe place so I don't run over it somehow. But and then I gotta start like a whole new thing. I'm gonna put this over here where it's not gonna be hurt. Put this over to the side. Giggles, come here, baby. Come here. Let's show you to the internet, to the 6 people watching. Come here, baby. Come here. Oh, there he is. Oh, you're a good boy. Thank you. Yeah, he's gigantic. He's got a giant head. Like it doesn't look that big because it's like farther away. But if I put my head next to his, it's like two of my heads is like his head. It's crazy. Alright, now that I got like dog smell on me, let me grab some food. Alright. I'll give you a little piece. Very little. There we go. The beef jerky is rather spicy, so I can't give him anything more than a tiny piece. He'll just have issues. Most likely. I don't know. Has anyone heard of that, I mean, obviously everyone's heard of 28 Days and 28 Weeks Later, that movie. But that new trailer for 28 Years Later has a poem, and it's like, it's called Boots, I think, or something like that. And it's super awesome sounding. I listen to it like every morning before I start the stream. It's awesome. Check it out. That song, I think it holds the whole trailer together. If I'm being honest, it's like crazy good. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. Just, I was trying to think outside the box there, and I don't know if that's gonna work. Oh, I know. Okay. I think I know where I'm gonna go with it. By Govi. Thank you for the emoji. Sorry, I'm just working out. I'm sort of adding. I worked out a design, but I'm just sort of trying to add things here, kind of mentally, so I can, before I commit to any kind of shenanigans, I want to make sure I got what I want. Is the camera even looking at what I'm drawing? Okay. I might have to redo this creature. I don't know yet. If it goes awry here. Sorry, guys. I'm just sort of thinking through here. Sorry for those watching. I know nothing super exciting is happening. It's because I'm having to use my brain. Like, that's when like the least amount of action happens is when I have to sit here and think through an idea. So there's just me quietly sitting here. I wish me thinking was more exciting, but it really like this is the highlight. I think I got the base down. I just wanted to kind of work out in my mind because I needed to. thank you, man. Have a good rest of it. Thank you, man. Thanks for the cheers, and I hope you have a good night's rest. My volume was turned up a lot more than I remember. Good night. You here for future ref? Uh, is that the? Oh no, you're gonna here for future. Is that like the time that you're gonna be here? Um. Oh, like that's your time. Gotcha. Sorry, I'm a little slow. I know there's quite a bit of a difference in time between where we're at. I'm gonna continue my stream for a little while and. Where are we at? I usually go to 4 at 4 a.m., but not when I have to look after my daughter. Gotcha. Understandable. There's no reason why there wouldn't be a platform right here. Oh, Japoji sent you a D. Oh, okay. I'll check it out after the stream. Cool, Quay. Thank you for the follow, man. Oh, gotcha. I rested my butt and back, so I'm just lying in bed. Nice. Lying in bed can be nice. I was gonna add spikes, but I don't know about spikes. Thinking about adding another sort of a standable, sort of a platform with. I just realized what the front needs bad. I just realized what the front of it needs is also a cannon, like a big sort of main cannon out the front. I'm like, something's missing at this front, and I'm like, oh, cannon, like a big dragon cannon. I'll kind of work out the details on that, but a main cannon is gonna like turn that into a cool bird thing. Hello, Yuri and art fans. I'm at my mom's place. Had to take her to a medical appointment. Nice, man. How's your, you guys behaving? We're trying to. I'm just sitting here very quietly trying to behave. Glad you could stop by today. Yeah, we're having a good day today. Kind of a chill, quiet day. You know, just working through ideas and things of that nature. Streaming as always. Today's news is pretty depressing. From the old doctors, or oh, the political crap. All right, well, I try not to focus on the political stuff on the old channel because it runs people off. But yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, while at the surgery center in the waiting room, that's all they had. Oh yeah, they'll get you in the waiting room. They'll get you in the waiting room. Uh, are you in a happy place? Me or or Bedfordshire? Hey, Wolves, come here, baby. Come here, baby. Oh, it's a good boy. Oh, it's a good boy. Let me let the dog out. I don't. Yeah, if you're talking to me, yeah, I'm pretty happy. Let me let the dog out. As far as him, I'm not sure. Let me let the dog out. You, give me a baby. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm good. My mom is good. That's good. I'm sorry, I had to go get a bottle of water. It's a little hard to open this cap here. It's a little. They put it on a little tight. Jeez. Alrighty. Kind of want to change the dragon head a little bit. Kind of want to make it more forward facing and kind of like those simpler heads you see on the end of ships, more so than what I had before. Just kind of want to have American Ball Guy. Good afternoon. Is this an organic aspect, or I see in this drawing? Is it an organic aspect? It's a machine. It's a machine fortification. It's a walking fortification, fortress kind of thing. It's operated. Fun. I dig the old school cannons. Yeah, I wanted to have that old school ship kind of volley fire. I'm gonna have a main cannon over here kind of thing going on. I'm gonna put more mechanics there. But yeah, I'm enjoying this this. It's I'm pretty sure it's the lore doesn't say if it's operated, but I'm pretty sure there's people in there operating it because it is a structure that is. I mean, it says fortificate. It says fortress, so I'm assuming people are in there. It has cannons, so people have to be operating the cannons. All that good stuff. I thought those curvy lines might turn into tentacles. The curvy lines. Oh no, those are going to be like horns. Those are going to be more like giant sort of. But I see what you mean. It can look like that. Very cool. Gotta go. Have a great day. You too. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Alright, guys, I'm gonna get out of here for the day. Thank you all for being here. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna probably continue to work on this, but I got some stuff I gotta take care of. And but yeah, I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, and I'll rate out Twitch. I'll rate out Twitch. Let's see. Don't matter. I'll rate this guy. I'm at him on YouTube. Wait, now he might not even have the stuff to see that we're rating him. I don't think he has the stuff. He won't know we're rating him. But it's alright. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna know. Alright, I'm gonna stop the stream.
I like ours because he's interested in the same history I am, and it's always a pleasure to converse with individuals who enjoy history as